Okay. Didn't get started as early as I wanted to today, but I had a couple things I had to take care of. Husband had to do something for somebody, so he had a call that he had to do. But here we are. I'm gonna take my sweater off, actually. It's a little chilly in here, but I think we're gonna warm up fairly quickly. If I can get out from underneath my sweater. I keep forgetting how long that one is. Okay. So, when we last left off yesterday, we had gotten the front, we got the tail done. We got the front two leggies sorted as best as we could and on there. They're a little short, but meh. They're gonna be short. The back ones are slightly longer, and one at the moment is slightly thicker than the other one, it looks like. But you know what? We're doing our best. It's gonna be a derpsalotl no matter what I do with it, so we're trying. We're trying. That's all we can do, right? Alright, let's pull out some fluff from our fluff bag. Tried to clean up the mat a little bit. I got through some editing last night. I got through about an hour's worth of video. I got through about another 20 minutes worth of video this morning. Well, I was waiting on some things and stuff. Alright, tell you what, hold on to that piece. I've got like the tiniest little spot here. That I want to fill in. So our body is polyfill, like our core for all of our limbs and all that. All this white stuff is polyfill. I went with that because I didn't really have core roving cash. Roving is surprisingly expensive. I had polyfill, so is it going to be the same results as if we had used the roving core? No, not at all. Not at all. But we're trying to do this on a budget. So this is what we're doing. Plus, I didn't want to get a whole bunch of roving that I was potentially not really gonna need all of it. Like, I didn't want to order too much because we only do critters like once a year usually. That's usually all I have patience for critters is once a year, and it's because they're a gift. So, it's fine. I'm just trying to make sure that little patchy patch I popped into there is good. Man, this guy was not that solid when we started yesterday. He's definitely firmed up quite a bit. With all of our yarn here. I am using acrylic yarn for my color. Hold on. Sorry, the phone started ringing like crazy. All of a sudden, everybody's trying to get a hold of my mom. So, I use acrylic yarn to color our creatures. Because again, it's cheaper for me than getting enough roving. And I've got quite a larger color selection in yarn than I did in the roving that I was finding. So the acrylic yarn just, it works with my budget a bit more. You can felt with it. Might not look the same or yield the same exact results as, you know, felting with roving, but it does the job. And, you know, plus if you have a wool allergy, you can still do this and use the acrylic yarn. So there are some benefits. One downside, though, is that you will have to prep your yarn in order to use it to felt with. It's not terribly difficult to do. It is a little time consuming though, just a little. So you have to cut lengths of your yarn, small lengths, not long lengths. You know, like maybe this long at a go. And then you want to slowly brush it out, starting at the tip and working your way up the length, or you can also turn it over and work at the other tip and then work up that was originally being held in your hand. And you want to brush it out with a sticker brush. It is a dog grooming brush. Got these little metal teeth in it. I've seen plastic ones. I recommend the metal teethed ones. I used a plastic one and the plastic teeth started popping off the brush and breaking, and they couldn't handle going through the yarn. It really needed to be the metal teeth. They're quite a bit more durable than the plastic ones. And then, you know, just brush out how much you want. I never know how much I'm going to need or how much I'm going to go through for a project. So what I do is I will take, now I know not everyone's going to have the room to do this, but I've got an area on a wall, kind of the width of a doorway, and I put some nails along both sides and took some string and tied it between each nail, kind of making like a clothesline little deal. And I took some Ziploc bags. I think I started out using the sandwich size bags, but I have graduated to using the quart size. And I will fluff enough yarn. I will brush out enough yarn to get the yarn fluff. And I filled the quart size bags and then hung it up and wrote the color. Well, actually, I cut the UPC label off the yarn and put that in the bag. If you're going to have trouble matching the fluff to the color when you need to fluff more yarn, maybe just write the color on the bag and then keep the label that says the color with the yarn. That's also an option. And then I have my yarn hanging up and ready to go. My yarn fluff for when I'm working on a project, and then it's there. I can see what colors I have. I've done that with all of the colors of yarn I've got. Every time I get a new color of yarn, I will fluff the yarn and fill the bag and hang it up before I put that yarn ball in storage. So that way I know what I have and it's all ready to go. And I can just dive into the project And when I get low or I finish a project, I will dig out that color of yarn from my yarn storage and refill the bag. You could use roving. You could dye the regular roving. I don't have time for that. Space to do it, patience to do it. I don't. I know my limitations. So I try to work within my brain's limitations, and that's what we do. We just go with the yarn. Hope everybody is doing well today. It is Tuesday, I believe. Should be Tuesday. Unless I lost a day somewhere. I don't believe I have. Anything's possible, though. So we are working on getting our other 2 feet colored up here. We got the other 2 made and colored and attached yesterday. And today we are gonna try to get done as much as possible. Because we are quickly running out of time. Like, I was trying to look at the calendar. I'm like, oh, when do I need to take our turkey out of the freezer to thaw? Because we do turkey for Christmas. Not a real big fan of ham. And I was like, oh, Friday. And I was like, oh, we really need to get moving here. So, especially since we're not going to be working on this tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be in Planet Zoo. I'm trying to keep to our regular schedule as much as I can. It does mean we will probably be doing an extra stream on Thursday. I don't know how long Thursday's stream will be. That is going to depend on how much we get done today. Like, part of me is hoping that Thursday all I have left to do is the fin, but we'll see. I just have a little bit of water in that bottle cap lid there. Just kind of helps get all of my fluff kind of pulled in together. I like to do little fluff rolls. You don't have to. I just prefer to do it that way. Kind of brings all my fibers together. Gives me a piece that's a little bit easier to work with. Oh, Elgato, what are you doing? Hold on a moment. We have a technical difficulty. My camera's like, no. Why? It just suddenly did that. It behaved itself yesterday. Weird. Sorry about that. I have no idea what's causing that. After the holiday, we're going to try to see about replacing that cable. I'm not sure what kind of cable I need. That, and we might try to reseat everything. Or at least make sure everything is seated properly. In the tower. How did I... Not sure how I quite missed that part. But I did. I had some polyfill kind of peeking out there. Not quite sure how we managed that. Alright. We're going to be as careful as we can with this needle because I've already snapped one on this guy. No, two. We snapped two working on this guy. Well, technically one was snapped off in the project, and the other one my hand dropped to the handle. It decided it was just going to let go of it, and the needle snapped when the handle fell. Technically. Alright. So I'm just gonna tap that all in. Okay. Next bit here. So we did get these two made yesterday, right? Towards the end of stream, and I started coloring this one, but we didn't quite finish it, so. Today's goal, my primary goal, is to get these two colored. And then we'll figure it out from there. Colored and attached. And hopefully we will have time to work on more. Because we're getting closer to being done. We're just not there yet. But we're definitely getting closer. Trying to gently, steadily speed along here. As much as we can get away with. See, I'm gonna have to put at least 2 patches on in here, possibly 3. We will see. Oh, I thought we were closer. We are not. Okay, never mind. I thought this was the other side over here. That was just that piece that I had wrapped over the edge. I definitely need to still add some to the bottom there. It might take this whole chunk of fluff here. Okay. Kind of thought they'd be replacing our one power pole. They never did. They just added stuff to the wires up there. That was a surprise. They replaced a few others. Okay, so we got that. A little bit. I know we overlapped a little there, but kind of needed to get that section filled in a bit better. Found my Ziploc bags that I was looking for. We found some shitty ones in the house, and I'm like, you know what? I can use these. The art supplies won't mind. They don't need the name brand ones. Alright, so I need another piece of fluff here and maybe one more. There, a little bit of water. Water's optional, you don't have to use the water, but if you're having a hard time shaping your fluff, then give that a try. And see how that does for you. And I'm not talking saturating it. Don't do that. That is unnecessary. Just a drop off of your finger, for me, has been good enough. You don't need it sopping wet for this. And we are just stabbing this bit of fluff into place here. Just trying to cover the rest of our foot. I just want to work on covering up the last of the polyfill. That is still a little bit visible. I thought this had shifted over farther than it did. I'm like, oh, we only need like one more piece. No, no. It didn't shift itself over as far as I thought it did. We're almost there on getting this piece finished being colored, though. Can't remember what we did yesterday. Did I color both of them before I started attaching? Or did I color the one and attach it and then color the other one and then attach it? That I can't remember. I started to kind of enter autopilot a little bit towards the end of yesterday's stream. Good afternoon, JR. You'll figure out time zones someday. It is currently 11:15 in the morning in our central time zone. How are you today? Hopefully everything is going all right. But still a little fuzzy here. Get some more of that tapped into place. You're awake, you think? How about yourselves? We're here. We're muddling our way through. Husband's in the middle of typing up an overview of what he did helping somebody test a game and giving their feedback on it. Giving his feedback on it. And we are trying to get as much of this guy done as possible today. We got a slightly later start. Well, we started on time, so I'll put it that way. I wanted to start earlier, but I forgot that he had scheduled that this morning. And it was a verbal one-on-one test. Because it was like kind of like a card game, but on a computer that he was testing. So he's playing against one of the makers of it. And giving immediate feedback. And then I forgot I had to go start dinner. Because it has to cook for a while. Because there's only certain things my mom can eat. And she can eat this one thing, but it has to like cook forever and be falling apart. So she can eat it. So I had to get that started. But we are just kind of getting through our day here. And seeing what we can get done. Figuring out what we need to do later tonight. We have to run to the store. Or at least he does. I may or may not go with him, it depends. Everything alright?
Yeah.
Who called that time?
Richard.
Did he ever have the thing done?
I have no idea.
My brother's being an ass about something he needs to have done. We thought he had had it done already, and it turns out he never did. And now the fact that he never did, it's coming back to bite him in the ass. And he's been hospitalized twice in like the past 2 months for it. And of course that's got my mom all upset because she's here and he's in Florida and... Alright, did we... let go! Alright, so we're still pretty much the same length, so that's good. Yeah, something with a heart valve, or they need to... I don't know if they have to replace the false one he's got in there. Oh, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that very much. I don't know if they have to replace a valve that they've replaced before, or if this is something different. I don't know. I keep hearing different shit. And, we thought he had it messed with, like, last year. Or not last year, but earlier in the spring, I guess. Maybe last winter. And no, he didn't. So they had like put a temporary band-aid on it. And he was like, yeah, I want to talk to my heart doctor first. And they're like, okay. And I guess it was taking a while to get into his heart doctor. And I don't know if he ever saw his heart doctor yet, but he ended up back in the hospital again. I don't know if he's still in the hospital or if he's out now. I don't know. Can you tell how close we are? I don't fucking know. I don't know. We were half siblings. We didn't exactly grow up together. He was long out of the house by the time I was really becoming a toddler. We have quite the age gap between us. Really?
I reported on the blocking. Where's the band? There's the band.
Thank you. They're starting already today. I had 2 of them yesterday.
Woo!
With their stupid nonsense. And like, I feel bad because I don't know if these are accounts that got hacked and people are using to do this, and now somebody's account's gonna get banned because somebody did this, or if these are accounts that were made specifically to do this. If it was accounts that were made specifically to do that, then screw them. But I'm tired of the stupid shit. So who caught that one? Oh, that one didn't get caught at all. Oh, they got timed out by Moobot. Okay. Thinking that they can get around Moobot by doing a dot space com. Remove the space. I don't understand what the at symbol and then the gibberish after it means. I don't know that. I don't quite understand that.
That is a continuation of the link.
So is the bot not posting the link right either?
They're trying to bypass the automatic link blocking by adding all these spaces and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't work.
Some of them have been getting around it. By not putting the com in there. because Twitch's auto mod caught a couple where they're like, this person might be trying to evade a ban or something. But that one Moobot caught. One of the Moobot didn't catch the other day. I guess I'm not feeding Moobot enough. And they got lazy. But we are gonna keep on toiling away on our leggy here. And doing what we can. They finished working on the utility pole in front of our house this morning. I guess they just ran out of time yesterday. And I thought they had left, but they went back down to the end of the street where they had started. So I'm not even sure what the heck they're doing. They're like adding pieces to the wires. I don't know if they're trying to upgrade the wires or what. Our power never went off, so I don't know what the heck they were doing up there. But there's all this like bright neon orange stuff up there now. Sticks coming off the power lines, or I don't know. Makes no sense to me. But then again, I'm not a lineman, so it probably shouldn't make sense to me. Above my pay grade. They left one of their signs, though, that said, be prepared to stop. And they were kind of set up, like, right next to our driveway this morning, and we're like, Doggy, we can't. They're blocking the driveway, and Doggy was having none of it. Since he didn't get to go anywhere yesterday, he was extra pissed this morning when we tried to pull that, and he's like, no, we're going. I will be going to the park today. If we do not go to the park today, I will sit here and bark until you take me to the park. Because he wasn't having any of it. Where do I want to put this guy? So this leg is going in pretty smoothly. Like the color's going in pretty smooth at the moment. I have a feeling by the time I work my way around to the other side, though, it will probably start stiffening up from the yarn getting added to it. Didn't think it was all that windy earlier when we went out, but our wind chimes, man. They are clanging and banging out there and making quite the racket. It looks like we won't be having a white Christmas this year. Not surprising, we don't really have that down here. It looks like we have a chance of showers on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day is going to be cloudy. And then the day after Christmas, right as of right now, this forecast could change. It's still a distance out. And then the day after Christmas, it looks like showers again. And I was like, well. As long as it's not severe weather, then, you know, whatever, I guess. We're not doing anything that involves being outside anyway. Crazy windy over here. You live in an old house and you can hear it down the chimney. That's gotta be scary. Or at least give you pause. This house, like, tends to creak when the wind really starts picking up. And that can be kind of concerning at times. We don't have a chimney currently, so we don't have to worry about that. I'm sure if we did, we'd have to worry about one of the cats trying to climb up it. Because one of our cats likes to get himself into all kinds of trouble. Doing all of the things he shouldn't. We'd have to have like a glass door to keep him out. He's got the mentality where I would be super nervous if we had a wood stove because I could totally see him jumping on it while it's in use. Yeah, well, knowing him, maybe not. Knowing him, he might do it multiple times after not having learned his lesson. He can be quite a hard-headed cat. Alright. Okay, we're still seam length so far, so that's good. This piece is kind of not the best fluffed piece here. Kind of scraggly. You alright?
Mm-hmm.
Could you check that pot on the stove for me? Alright, tell you what, since this one I'm not that happy with its current state, I'm gonna put you down in here. They're saying we could have a chance of rain showers tonight, briefly. It seems as though the mother-in-law and her sister did get out of the state yesterday at some point. Of course, after she left, they weren't gone 10 minutes. And she's calling the husband. I'm like, oh God, what's wrong? And then I hear him yelling at her, slow down and say something that makes sense. And I'm like, oh no. Now what? And they had gotten a free gift from a casino that was a dash camera sort of situation. And she wanted Russell to hook it up to one of their phones with Bluetooth. His mother is not very technologically inclined. She did not still have the packaging for it. And then they wanted to hook up the mother, his mother wanted him to hook up her phone to the RV's Bluetooth. I'm surprised the RV even had Bluetooth on it because it's an older RV. So he meets them down the road at the laundromat that they stopped at because they had to do laundry, and she didn't save the packaging for this camera. He has no idea what brand it is. And as far as he can tell, it does not have a Bluetooth function on it. I'm like, why did she think it had Bluetooth on it? He goes, because it's my mother. And after he explained to them that no, there is no Bluetooth function on this, you just set it up, plug it in to the aux cable to power it. And then if you need it, it like saves it to a SIM card or whatever for a certain amount of time before it rewrites it, is what it looks like. He goes, this thing looks so cheap. He's like, ours $30 one that we got from Walmart looked better. You understand that you still live with your parents because of your seizures. You're often reminding your dad how to set things up. Like, she can't remember passwords to anything. We use her Amazon Prime account for shipping, right? That's what we mainly use it for. Getting stuff that we need for the house or for the dogs or whatever. And, we pay for it, but we use her account to get the free shipping. And we had to two-factor authenticate the account because she kept getting scammed, and someone was telling her that she had to pay for something in Xbox gift cards or PlayStation gift cards and how to go and purchase them. And she got confused and called us, and she's like, yeah, but how do I get the thing? And we're like, no, stop it. You're scammed. Stop it. If you gave them any card information, you need to call the bank, cancel the card, and tell them that you need a new one. And no, that's not how these things work. You're never going to have to legitimately pay an actual company for something with gift cards. That's not how this works. We're telling her she won something or some bullshit. And it's like, no. And he changed her password. Told her what he changed it to. They agreed upon it on the phone. He's like, okay, this is what it is now. And then she couldn't get into it because she couldn't remember the new password and changed it and didn't tell us. And Russell's like, you can't just be changing the password and not tell us because we almost got the account completely locked up because we're putting in the one that we last knew it to be. He's like, you can't be doing that. So now he has it two-factor authenticated. So whenever she tries to do something, it wants the code so that she has to contact him to get the code, or she has to call him and tell him, hey, I put something in the shopping cart. I need you to actually do the purchase. That's the only way we have found to keep her from just completely fucking the whole thing up. So then, when that didn't work out, they're like, well, we need you to hook up the mother-in-law's phone, because I guess Russell put her on our Spotify account, so that they can listen to music through the RV through the mother-in-law's phone. Except his aunt, who owns the RV, already has her phone hooked up to the Bluetooth on the RV. And Russell's like, you can only have one Bluetooth thing hooked up to this at a time. That's not how this works. It's only one. One per customer. Like, one and done. Like, you're gonna have to remove this one in order for that. Like, that's how this works. And I don't know what they ended up deciding to do about that. I don't know. So, then on the way home, he had messaged me on Discord, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be a few minutes. Somebody was trying to move a house on a flatbed trailer. And he goes, I don't know what the heck happened, but the house is now laying in the middle of the road. It seems to have fallen off the trailer. And I'm like, you mean like half a trailer, right? Because sometimes, you know, the modular homes or whatever, they will move pieces of them at a time on like a flatbed, and they've got like the wide load cars driving in front and behind it. He goes, no, this is an actual, like, pulled off a foundation house. This was not a modular house. And I'm like, seriously? He goes, yeah, and there's no cops up here yet directing traffic. a few minutes after he messaged me, I guess the cops showed up and started directing traffic. And I said, so what are they going to have to do? Like get cranes up there to get it back on the flatbed? He goes, I have no idea what they're doing. I'm like, oh, all right then. Sure. So at first I thought he meant like a shed or something. And he's like, no, it's an actual house in the middle of the road. Like, right. Sure. That's okay. When we went to the park this morning, um, so he went for all that for nothing because they didn't end up disconnecting the aunt's phone off of the Bluetooth. They just left it how it was, so all that was pointless. But when we went to the park this morning, we've been trying to make my mom go with us to get some exercise because they thought she had scarring on her lungs from smoking for so many years. And they told her she needed to cut down on her cigarettes and that, getting up and walking around more and like exercising her lungs would be beneficial. So we've started a toddler chore chart reward system with her where we're only giving her half a pack of cigarettes a day because she was almost up to a full pack. And we're like, if you have any left at the end of the day when we check to refill it, we'll give you a sticker. And the sticker, if you save up X number of stickers, we'll get you a new rooster for your collection. And she's like, oh, okay. And then, we also said if you go to the park with us in the morning when we take the dogs, if you walk a certain distance to and from the car, then you can also get a sticker that way. We came back from the park this morning, and Russell always comes into the house, unlocks our door, and then unlocks her door, and then comes back out to the car to help me get the dogs out. Because they're a handful to get out of the car without help. And because the one doesn't want to wait for the other one to get out, and the one I have to pick up out of the car because he's getting older and, old dog joints and all that. We don't want him jumping out of the car. And the other one's like too much energy and has to go now. So he comes back out to get the dogs to help me. And he took the one dog in the house, and I'm being slow coming up behind. Oh no, he took both of them. And I'm being slow behind because I needed to check something on one of the windows because it looked like there was a scratch on the car window. And my mom's just standing there at her door, waiting. And I'm like, Ma, what you doing? Russell already unlocked your door. She goes, he did? I was like, he came back out to get the dogs. He goes in, unlocks your door, and comes back out, gets the dogs, and goes back in. She's like, oh. And she like tried the door handle like she didn't believe me. And the door opened. She's like, oh. I'm like, oh my God, how long have we been doing this? A couple of months now. I'm like, okay, Mom. Sure. We we actually need to count her stickers. I don't know what she's up to. I think we told her every 100 stickers she accumulates, she gets a new rooster for her collection. But I'm just like, wow. Like, yeah, right there. Oh, where's the husband? I don't know if he remembered to feed the guinea pigs this morning. They get like vegetables once a day, but we top off their hay in the morning and at night and check on their water and stuff. And normally I would do it, but it turns out I'm allergic to the Timothy hay. How long have we been doing it for? Probably like 2 months. Like, this was not a new routine for her. She just didn't see him come out her door, I guess. So she didn't realize her door was unlocked. But she has the opportunity to earn multiple stickers a day, and some days she did earn more than one sticker. So, technically she has the opportunity to earn up to 11 stickers a day if she didn't smoke at all. But so for every cigarette that's not smoked, she gets a sticker. And then some days she didn't have any cigarettes left. So some days she didn't get any stickers because we didn't go to the park that day because of the weather or something. She's like, well, I was willing to go, so I should get a sticker. But it was raining, so you guys didn't go. It's like, Ma, no. You still need to do the exercise. She goes, but it was raining and you guys didn't go. I said, Mom, we have a treadmill for when it's raining. You could have gotten on the treadmill. We've told you about the treadmill. We told you that either you do 6 minutes on the treadmill or you walk the certain distance at the park. And she knows she's trying to pull a fast one too, because then she starts laughing. I'm like, no, that's not how this works, and you know it. Like, the husband and I might not have children, but we're not dumb. We know the tricks. So let's not. We actually need to clean the guinea pigs today. But yeah, it turns out I'm allergic to the Timothy hay that they need to eat. It makes me itch real bad every time I touch it. So the days that I have to feed them because he's unavailable, I have to put gloves on, like those nitrate gloves. I think that's what they're called. The non-playtex gloves. Or the non-latex gloves. There we go. The latex can make me itch too. So I need like the fake latex gloves. And I'll have to put those on, and if the hay touches any part of my skin past the edge of the glove, then that starts itching like crazy, and I'm like, ugh, why? But we actually need to clean them today. Which means we probably need to do guinea pig laundry today. Today or tomorrow. I really need to get some more fleece so we can make some more cage liners. Because we don't do the disposable bedding on them because that gets real costly. We do the washable bedding option. Where you can make your own cage liners with a specific type of fleece. And you just have to swap it out every few days. Had some thin spots there I needed to fill in. Oh, goodness. Just thinking about the hay and now my nose is running. Oh my god. No! Stop it. I just trimmed up their nails a little bit the other day. I think we need to look at doggy nails. Doggy nails need doing. All right. So I'm still not quite sure how I'm going to attach the head. I have a slight idea. Not certain though if it's going to work. So our recycling for the city is real particular. A, on what they'll take, and B, on how you have to present it at the curb, or else they won't take it. And the mother-in-law, in all of her laziness glory, put recycling from their RV up into our buckets the other day before she left, and dropped like 4 different small bottles of iced tea, and there was still like that much tea in the bottom of the bottle, and I'm like, no, they're not gonna take this. These bottles have to be empty. So then I had to stand there and go through all of the recycling, rip out every single bottle that still had liquid in it, dump it out, and then go through the rest of it to see if what she put in there was something that they take. And she had put in like drink cups from fast food, and those were a type of plastic that they don't take, and she damn well knows that they don't take it. She's not new to this. They've never taken that number of plastic since I've lived here, let alone since she bought the place. I'm like, really? This is not a trash bin, and you know it. I'm like, come on, lady. Work with me here. It's your house. We're just trying to keep the place going and make sure the city doesn't get mad. Because there's neighbors, they're not direct neighbors of ours, but they're close by. Like, there's the main street here that we live on. There's a side street here, and they like live on the side street. We walk past their house when we go on our nightly walks. And lately, every recycling night, they had their plastic thrown in a bin that would be sat on top of their cardboard that they collapsed. Okay, fine, whatever. It was laying in the middle of the sidewalk. All right. Real inconvenient if somebody needed to utilize said sidewalk and couldn't like sidestep into the grass. So I'm like, okay. Well, I thought that was pretty ridiculous. However, they have proved me wrong and have gone even more ridiculous. I think it's one of their kids that's putting it out at night. Because last week, they had cardboard all over the sidewalk. Like, not just in one pile, it was everywhere. Like, it was just, like, spread out all over the sidewalk in, like, a radius under the bin. But there was some in the grass, some in the curb. Like, it was not organized whatsoever. I don't know what happened. And, they had all of their plastics mixed together. The city demands that the number 1 plastic and the number 2 plastic that they will take must be sorted. They must not be together. They have to be separated, or they won't take it. Well, we hadn't walked the night before. This was the end of the recycling, that the recycling should have been picked up that morning. I guess the city had had enough of dealing with these people and how they were presenting the recycling to get picked up, because they never picked it up. They just left it there. And I'm like, oh boy. And so they were going to have to drag it all back inside. I'm like, why are you sitting it on the sidewalk anyway? You can't sit it in the curb, like on the little strip of grass, like right next to the street where you're supposed to. You're just going to sit it deliberately in the middle of the sidewalk. I'm like, no one is guiding this child properly, or the child doesn't care. Granted, the child is old enough to know better, but if nobody teaches the child the proper way to do it, are they actually going to figure it out on their own? Like, I don't know. I would say they could follow how the other people are doing it around them, but I haven't seen their other people around them do it, and apparently recycling is not mandatory. They encourage you, but it's not mandatory. Like, where I lived in New Jersey, it was mandatory, and if they found recycling in your trash, you were going to get fined. But, right before we left New Jersey, the recycling center there was like, just throw it all in the same bin. It's fine. We'll sort it. I was like, oh, okay. Are you guys sure? Because before you said it had to be sorted. They're like, no. We've got trucks that will sort it for us now. Just put it all out there. Just keep the paper separate, but everything else can go together. And we're like, oh, okay. If you're sure. Not the same case here. We are in Arkansas currently. We are in a, like, it used to be a pretty heavy farm community. There's still some cattle farms in the town. And on the outer limits of the town. But, it's slowly the farmers are selling off their land. And, they're putting a lot more, residential subdivisions in. Because the real estate market here exploded when COVID started. And everybody wants to move to the town that has such a small town feel to it. Oh, we love it. Except the population has doubled by like 2,000. Minimum. Since we moved here. And the town's not really... They haven't really kept up with their infrastructure for for the amount of people that now live here. Like, they only just started replacing city water lines a couple years ago. And before they did that, you know, you would just periodically have times of brown water coming out of your faucet. It was so prevalent they made a Facebook page for it. The brown water of such and such town. In fact, in fact, we end up getting letters in like January. I wish I was joking about this. Where they'll say, "Oh yeah, when we did our sample testing in September of the water, some of the numbers for different things, for I guess different bacteria or whatever, had elevated slightly. It was still within drinkable limits, but we decided we were going to dump some more shit into the water to clean it. And you guys were fine the whole time. It was okay. It was fine. But we're sending you this letter now, months after the fact that it happened." Yeah, it is. Our water constantly reeks of chlorine. Constantly. Either I'm super sensitive to it or they've just been pumping a ton of chlorine into the water. It's like, we'll turn the tap on to do dishes and it just smells like a pool deck. And I'm like, ugh. It smells like an indoor hotel pool. And I'm just like, that's kind of a lot. Excuse me. Husband and I don't drink the tap water here. We'll drink bottled water. We don't trust the tap water. Like, if, like, straight drinking and cooking, we use bottled water. And we're like, no. Like, we'll still take a shower in this water and do our laundry, but we won't actually ingest any amount of this water because we don't trust it. There's been too many times where it's just been brown coming out, and they're like, "Let's just let it run. It's fine." We're messing with the fire hydrants, so it probably stirred up some sediment. It's fine. Just let it run. It'll go clear eventually. And I'm like, uh-huh. We could get a filter, but husband doesn't want to bother with it because we would have to change the filter so often it wouldn't save us any money. He had looked into it at one point, but we just don't trust the water. Not in this town. In Jersey, the pets get bottled water too. In New Jersey, the tap water was a lot better. I mean, it would smell like chlorine a little bit every so often, but not like here. Like here, like I flush the toilet and I'm like, God damn chlorine. Like that's all I smell. Or I turn the tap on and it's like that's all I smell lately. They replaced some of the water lines they replaced the water lines through most of the town. And the brown water has kind of stopped since they did that. But the town is very old, and so the infrastructure is very old. Um, the water lines coming into our house are cast iron. Like from the street into the house and the water lines under the house are cast iron. So we constantly have like iron stains, like the orange rust stains in our tub and stuff. So that's fun. But we also haven't had the money to replace all of those water lines. And we didn't even know they were cast iron until we had to have our sewer line replaced. Because the sewer line cracked and we had a lovely stinky puddle showing up on the one side of the yard, and we're like, what is that? And then the toilet wasn't flushing properly, and the guys that came to do it were like, okay, we can do it for this amount. And then they started working on it, and they're like, oh god. They're like, you know that your water lines in are cast iron. We're like, no, we did not know that. And then they're like, there's like piping going off in one direction that doesn't connect to anything under there. We don't know what that's about. I was like, your guess is as good as ours. We don't know. We're not the original owners of this house. And they were gonna remove one of the cast iron sewer lines. However, there was a problem. Apparently, we also have a cast iron pipe venting something. I don't know if it's the hot water heater or if it's a sewer line vent or something. It's venting something under the house. I guess it was tied into the sewer line. They're like, we can't remove this pipe because this pipe that like L brackets into it is like 200 pounds. And if we touch that pipe, it might fall through your ceiling and your roof and cause all kinds of damage. And we're like, oh, okay. So what are we gonna do? And they're like, we can't remove the other sewer line out of there. So this is what we're gonna do. They decided to tarp it. They put some kind of deodorizer on it and buried it. But they staked it in a way so that, I guess, if any other work was done on the house by somebody else, they would know what it was. Don't forget the pigs.
Oh, right.
I just happened to think about it. And then they just put the new one in and worked around it. And I'm like, okay. So this house has been full of mysteries and surprises, and not in a good way. Not in a good way at all. So we're just getting this foot wrapped here. This is foot number 2. Well, this is foot number 4, actually. The second one of today, but number 4 altogether. So, this guy. I think I might have to add a little bit more. Because this needs to get covered in here. I kind of missed that spot. And then we still have this little section here. And then we'll begin the task of attempting to attach these guys. Which should be interesting. It took us a little bit of time yesterday, but we did get the other 2 on there. I think the one attached a little better than the other. But that could be my imagination. It just seemed that way. But, see how this goes here. like I said, today's main goals were to get these colored and attached. Anything else that we can get done, awesome. I missed. Where is it? There it is. Okay. We're okay. Barely touched me. Barely touched me. We're okay. I swear, I just need a whole glove of this stuff. Like, barely nicked my finger. I've done worse with a sewing needle. Just caught me by surprise. Me and my terrible, terrible aim. And that is why I hate doing critters. My aim is terrible. Alright, we'll get this guy put in, and I think I still have to add to one more spot. So these needles are fairly sharp. I would say they're probably sharper than a standard sewing needle. Plus they've got little notches cut into them that grab the fluff. To kind of take it down through all of the other fluff layers. So I wanted to do a bigger needle felt. Hang on, I'm changing how I'm sitting. I want to do a bigger needle felt project, right? Like a painting, because all of the other stuff we've done has been like, the largest we've done is 8 by 10. And there was a couple things I saw in the one coloring book I picked up that I was like, oh, we could do something with this. And I was trying to figure out how to use it as a template, but the felt is so fuzzy that I didn't think I could get it transferred properly using my normal method of transferring. So then I was trying to find a projector that I could get to make this happen, but those were all a lot more expensive than I remembered them being. So I was like, well, not quite what I had in mind. Because I need to make this a little bit bigger. But then I also didn't have fleece that was big enough. And I was like, well, maybe I could like get a yard of fleece or something to make that work. And I could, but a yard of fleece was going to be a little expensive for this project. And I was like, ugh. I mean, then I was thinking maybe I could like felt the seams of multiple pieces of fleece together. Not fleece, felt. Not fleece. Like actual felt. But felt by the yard wasn't really cheap. And I was like, well, okay. What are my other options? And I had one idea, but I wasn't sure if it was going to work. So then I started Googling it. And Because I was like, well, can I needle felt into like t-shirt material? Like, will it stay? Because I've only ever actually needle felted into craft felt. And I knew it would stay into that. And everything I was seeing was like, you can, but it's not going to be real durable, and it's probably going to come out when you wash your clothes. And I'm like, I don't want to wash it. I just want to needle felt into it. So I really wasn't finding the answers that I was looking for. Everybody kept talking about, you know, being able to wear the thing. And I'm like, I don't need to wear this. I'm not planning on wearing this. I just need to know if I can needle felt into this material. Because I had an idea. So, the husband used to have a bunch of, like, the white undershirts. Like, the white undershirt t-shirts. And, when he was done with them, I would take them. And I would use them and wear them around the house. You know, it didn't matter if they got stained or paint on them, you know, it was shitty clothes that could get shit on them, basically. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, you always have to have those pieces of clothing, right? Especially with me, that, you know, if I'm painting, I can wipe a paintbrush on it and we're fine. It doesn't matter. It's not a good shirt. So I grabbed one of those because I still had like one or two remaining. And I tried my normal transfer method of copy the thing on a piece of tracing paper. Or it doesn't necessarily have to be on a piece of tracing paper. If, you know, if we can make it happen, printer paper can also suffice. And so I think maybe I took a piece of printer paper and I drew a little design on one side, and then I like scribbled on the other side, and then I took my pencil and like I pressed real hard to do the graphite transfer, and it transferred beautifully. And I was like, oh, we're on to something. Because at first I was thinking I was gonna have to do a projector and like a fabric marker that was gonna go invisible after a certain amount of time or whatever. But the transfer method that I usually use worked onto the t-shirt, and I was like, okay, I can work with that. So then I grabbed the sleeve and I grabbed some fluff and I started needle felting into the fluff on the sleeve, and pulled the sleeve off of my mat, and I was looking at it, and it went through like it normally does on the craft felt. And I felt it, and I actually had to really rip it off of the t-shirt to pull it off, and I was like, this'll do, because this is just going to be using this material. So it's gonna seem kind of silly, but for Christmas I got like some 2 or 3X like men's white undershirt t-shirts that I can cut up and use to do art on, and I feel silly, but I got like several shirts for the price of like a yard of fabric. So I'm like, this should work. Especially not knowing if that fabric was going to work. So I'm like, okay, this will do. Because I was like, you know what, it'd be really kind of fun if we took some of these coloring book designs and we actually needle felted them. So that's another thing I want to do at some point here. So I got this this particular book when we were on vacation. So it's from Millie Marato. And it's like one of those adult coloring book things. And I was like, oh, these are kind of cool. They're very tiny, like they're very intricate. So this was the design that I blew up real big to fit an 8x10 canvas that I did for the husband. So where it was just ended up being one crab on there. But there was some other stuff I wanted to do with these, and I was like, you know what? Like this one, I was like, that would be cool, made bigger. Or this one, the butterfly. But I was like, I think we can do some cool stuff with this. So as long as I can get it to scan on my scanner, we'll be in business. Okay. So did you guys change length here? No, we're still pretty good. Okay. So now we have to figure out where back leggy's gonna go. Oh boy, this is gonna be such a derpsalotl. Okay. Alrighty. Let's begin trying to get you tacked in here. Especially if it's only the outline you need. Yeah, like just kind of getting the outline sorted, getting the shape sorted. And then we can kind of do what we want with it after the fact. Gonna be adding our own colors to it. But as soon as I get done this backlog of video editing, which I'm getting closer. I haven't had much free time to get through it. I probably would have been done by now, but I've been trying to do some extra stream time to get this guy done. I'm gonna start trying to do some of my own coloring pages. But I saw that and that kind of inspired me for a couple different projects, and I'm like, yep, I'm gonna hold on to that. And I haven't started coloring it in yet because I want to get some more stuff scanned out of it before I start coloring. Alright, so that's kind of attaching there. It'll be a little bit sturdier once we start getting some fluff in here. Alright, a little bit of water. And do you need to scan it, or can you just take a photo to be sure you get it all in? I mean, I could take a photo of it too. I could take a screenshot of it with my camera or with the husband's phone and have him send it to me on Discord and do it that way, and then print that out after I blow it up. But I'm gonna try scanning it. And see how much of it the scanner's gonna pick up. Because when I scanned the crab, it kind of didn't get all of it. But I only needed one of the crabs, so it wasn't a big deal. I might have to take a screenshot with my camera or a photo with this camera that I'm using now, or take an actual photo of it, and then put that photo into Krita, one of those, and enlarging it. And then I think we have to export it to another document in order to print it, because for some reason we can't print directly from Krita. Which I don't understand, but we'll figure it out. I feel like it can be done. It's that, or I make a outline of it and then scan the outline or take a photo of the outline or something. We'll figure it out. Might take a little bit of brainstorming, but I feel like we can make it work one way or another. I also have a better camera too. We have a DSL or is it DSLR? We have a good photo taking camera as well, if it comes to it. We'll just have to see which method works the best. So I'm gonna be busy. I've got magnets to make with our needle felting. I've got my tissue paper project. I need to get some painting done. For a farmer's market. So we'll be doing some painting here soon. Like, not today soon, but like after Christmas gifts have been completed. Just working on getting Mr. Leggy secure here. This is always the tricky part. Oh no! No crashing. Oh, dang it. What the heck, stream? My Kindle froze. Oh, your internet crashed? My Kindle froze though, so that was odd. Huh. The rest of the stream didn't freeze. I just kind of realized I couldn't faintly hear my voice on the Kindle anymore. So I'm not sure how long that was frozen. Unless it just stops the broadcast on my Kindle after every so often. When I'm not doing anything, that's possible. So I have my Kindle to the one side to help me keep track of chat. Especially on the gaming days. But gaming days are easier for me to keep track of chat because I have stream avatars running on gaming days. So, when Stream Avatars is up and running, it will make the flamingo noise at me when somebody talks. Most of the time. Like there's a cooldown on it. I think it might be 30 seconds to a minute cooldown. But it will at least let me know that somebody's saying something. Because I tend to have a lot of lurkers in chat, so because of that, I tend to not keep track of chat very well some days, especially if we're playing a game. And it's fine to have lurkers. I don't mind the lurkers. Lurkers are good. It's just it makes me bad about keeping track of chat. That's more of a me thing I have to work on. Alrighty, so let's see about getting this guy. This guy's being stubborn about being a little bit tighter. Getting tapped into here. But I don't have stream avatars running on art days because sometimes I will reuse the art footage for time lapses, or at least sped up versions of the project. So like when we were doing our Bob Ross needle felting, some of those projects took me up anywhere between 13 sessions to 15 sessions to complete. And that can be a lot to sit through, I understand that. So on those, I was going back when I was done the project, getting all of the live stream footage and downloading it, and then running it through my video editing software. And sitting there and cutting out all the times where I was stopped talking, or I had to get up to take the dogs out to potty, or we were referencing the tutorial. Anytime where I wasn't actively stabbing fluff, I was cutting out and then speeding it up to like 15 times what I was doing, like normal speed. And I don't think that the flamingos on the screen are going to be visually pleasing moving that fast. So so I don't have it running for that, for the art days. That, and I just didn't want them being in the way of being able to see what we were doing. But I need to get some more oil painting done. So that can be setting up. I'm getting to the point where I can attach the magnets to the backs of those. Okay, just so you know, husband. Russell.
Hmm?
Just so you know, the back leggies are not going to support him.
I didn't think they would.
Okay, just so you know. They're gonna be a little slidey out from underneath me. Because our connection is not the stiffest here. Okay. So let's get this one. He's a little awkward to hold on to here. Just a bit. Okay, so that took us a bit to get those two colored. Kind of hoping that hadn't taken quite so long. But it's gonna take as long as it takes, right? And technically he's okay if it's not done in time, but I don't want this to be like last Christmas where he didn't get it until like New Year's Day. So, and that was with me working pretty much non-stop on it for an entire month. I really did kind of try to bust my ass on that one. That was also a good sized creature too. Probably as long as this one. Alright. Silly question. Do your pets know that your needle felting projects aren't for them to play with? Interesting question. So, up until now, they never really messed with them. I never really had them in a position for the cats to get with them. I always made sure I like put them up or somewhere when I was in the middle of working with them, except for one particular day. And the husband has his other two critters that I made him up on a shelf, and they've not really bothered with those. They've not tried to get them. However, the one day when I was making our little tentacle guys coming off the head, I had I finished making them? I think I had just finished coloring the last one. And I was like, well, we're streaming this tomorrow. So I'm not going to put all of these guys back in my project bucket. I'm just going to leave them sit here. They'll be fine. The cats haven't touched it up to this point. Oh no! The one cat, and I'm not certain who it was, but I have a pretty good idea of which one it was. Apparently, while I was asleep, got up here. My mat was on the floor when I got up in the morning. All of these guys were scattered on the floor under my desk. I was like, really? And one of my balls of yarn that I had sitting up on the desk was knocked on the floor too. So they didn't destroy it, but also my fault for leaving the opportunity there. Thinking that, well, they haven't tried to mess with it. It's fine. The heck? Oh. Semi-truck going by. Alright, so this guy. Is that about? No. Alright, about there. I think. roughly. Okay. So if you could like hold still without me getting my pins out, that would be great, because I really don't want to smash into the pins. Okay, they must be stopping traffic again down the street. Because traffic sounds like it's moving real slow in front of our house again. So, I try not to leave the opportunity for them to mess with stuff. I just got a little complacent because they hadn't messed with it up until that point. And should have known better. Although, he didn't really damage any of it, and I did find them all. But he's also the one I keep telling not to get on my desk. Sometimes he listens, sometimes he doesn't. He knows when he's not supposed to be up here. I try to make this a no-cat zone because I never know what's going to be up here. I never leave a hot glue gun plugged in unattended, but I also don't want to be sitting here using a hot glue gun and have a cat try to jump in my lap. So I try to be like, anytime any of them are even eyeing up my desk, I'm like, nope, 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 no cats, no cats, no cats, no cats. Because I don't have a door on this room that I can close to lock them out. We just kind of have like a curtain as a doorway, and that ain't gonna do shit for them. We don't have a whole lot of space in this house to set up like a office crafting area that we can keep them out of. So we're just kind of making do with the space that we got. Alright. So give you a little scarf. And start to tack you down. Do we still have pig food, or do we need to get more?
We still have pig food, yeah.
Okay. Wasn't sure if when we ran to the store today, if we needed to get some while we were there. Because they have to have particular types of lettuce. We still have some oranges. Might get some bell peppers. Alright. So let's see about getting this leggy. I think that is one of the things that discourages you from getting a cat. You have too many fragile things and the presents they bring. And being a veggie is not something that I particularly appreciate. That And you've always been a dog person. Yeah, the cats have been interesting. I'm more of a dog person if it comes down to it. I don't mind the cats for the most part when they behave. But we've got guys that don't want to behave. I don't have I'll say we've been lucky where they don't really knock stuff off too much deliberately, where they'll look at it and be like, no, move. But I don't really let them up on my desk too much, so that they don't really have much of an opportunity to do that. But when Russell was working at a plastics factory, he had to be like out the door by like 5:30 in the morning. So I stumbled up, made his lunch, got him off to work, went back to bed, and I heard one of the cats playing with something. And we had like a little tiny folding table sitting sitting there. And I kept hearing whatever the cat was messing with clanking against the the legs of this table. And I was started yelling. I'm like, "It is sleep time. It is not playtime. Go to bed. We're going back to sleep." And they kept clanking this thing against the table, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" So I got so mad. I had to get up, turn the light on, and he had a large dead mouse that he was playing with, flipping it up in the air, and its tail was what was hitting the table legs. And I'm like, God damn it. But I was scared to death to touch it because I wasn't sure if it was faking being dead or if it was actually dead. So I had to go wake up the mother-in-law and be like, can you get the thing? Please, can you get the thing? Because she didn't care. She was like, fine. So she got with that. And I'm like, well, thank you for killing the mouse. I don't know which one of you bastards killed the mouse, because we had several that could have killed it. I don't know that he's the one that killed it, though, because I don't really know how much of a hunter he is. This particular one. We've got two that particularly like to hunt things in the house right now. I think we've only had that one and one other mouse that they've caught. And the last time somebody caught one and killed it, they left it near the food bowl. Thankfully, they didn't put it in bed with me. Thankfully. They just decided to leave their offering by the food bowl. But, you know, we're not exactly like full-on suburb, but we're not exactly full-on country either. So, I mean, there's field mice and stuff around. We had a problem where they were somehow getting into our attic for a while. And we'd be sitting here and all of a sudden we'd hear like all these tiny little nails like running across our ceiling, and we're like, the fuck? And we had no idea how many were up there. So then we put our security camera up in the attic crawl space. And we put some live traps up there. And we put the camera up there so we could see when something was in the live trap, and we would check it periodically throughout the day. And then, so now I get nervous, right? When all the cats start hovering around a certain area, because I'm like, what are you doing? Why are y'all sitting over here? Because they'll like sit there like they're having a meeting, and they'll all be like staring in one spot in particular, and I'm like, Hey, what's we doing? What's the matter? What is so fascinating? They were doing that for a while in our kitchen, like near our trash can, and we had some recycling. We had some like buckets, so we put our recycling in next to the trash can. So I really couldn't see the corner against the wall, and all of them were like just hovering around these recycling buckets, and I'm like, what are you guys doing? And they were just all kind of chilling. And we kept thinking like it was a spider or like a cricket or something that they had just tracked in to over there, and they were just waiting for it to come out of where it was. No. It was getting to the point where we didn't know what the hell was going on. So, I talked the husband into setting up one of our small live traps like under the cabinet, like near where the baseboard was. Because the cabinet stuck out a little bit from their support. They didn't go straight to the floor. So we set one up, and maybe a day or two later, there was a mouse in there, and I was like, oh, okay. So we took that mouse up to one of the lakes nearby and let it go. And came back. He reset the trap, and maybe, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe an hour later, not even, we heard the trap go off again. And, well, I thought I heard a loud plastic snap, because these are plastic traps. And I was like, what was that? And husband's like, I don't know. And then the cats were like all back in the corner again, and I'm like trying to dig at something. I'm like, what are you all doing? And then we realized that the trap had gone off and that there was another mouse in there, and I'm like, oh, here we go. We haven't had any more since those two, because the trap is still set up. Not sure how those two got in. Could be any possible way with this house. But we haven't had the ones in the attic back in some time. So we might have finally got that situated. So, I mean, they've been useful to a point. But our guys also tend to have a lot of hairballs too, so that's not fun. Like, the cats are a little bit more low maintenance than the doggos. For the most part. Except for the one cat that decides it's his mission at night to jump on our heads. Unless we're petting him. So just to be an asshole. That's just how he rolls. That's just his personality. I mean, if you find the right personality cat to fit you, it's not so bad. But dogs are a little more interactive, I will say. Kind of just depends on what you're looking for, I guess. I feel kind of bad. Our local shelter is like, please help us. SOS. We are full to the brim with dogs. We can't take any more dogs right now. A couple people needed to rehome their dogs and surrendered them. They're like, I just don't have time for them anymore. And I'm like, This dog is 10. And you're surrendering them. Are you the only person they've known? Like, why do we suddenly now not have time for them? But we are full up. We can't take in any more right now. And if we did, it had to be like a specific small dog. And Zuzu's in charge, so if he doesn't like them, they can't stay. He doesn't like dogs that are taller than him. We learned that lesson. We had taken a shelter dog in for my dad at one point, and we picked out the larger of the two because there was a very overweight dachshund that my dad kind of liked, and we're like, no, that dog's already rolling around on the ground. You're not getting that one to overfeed it some more. And so we got the slightly taller dog, and Zuzu did not appreciate the dog towering over him. Plus it was a male, and they were getting into fights where I could not separate them, so that just wasn't going to work. Alrighty. I think we are pretty good there. Let's see. It kind of supports itself. Kind of. Your Meg had been the same way with bigger dogs. She loves anything smaller than her, though. Yeah, like, I just wasn't sure if it was because it was a male dog or if it was because of the size. And I'm like, I don't know. So, he seems okay with this female that the mother-in-law has. He wasn't so sure about her at first when his brother was still alive. But, he either acts indifferent to her or they... You okay? Doggo? You okay? Go get a drink. Go on. Did you dry out? Go get drinkies. Go get some water. You were either licking too much and got hair stuck, or your sinuses were being weird. So they either kind of ignore each other or they just kind of coexist. He doesn't really seem to care that much. So I was originally thinking I would make like a little strappy thing with the polyfill and attach it here, and then use that to attach the head. But do I think I can get in there to color it? Because I don't know if I can make it thick enough with just the fluff. But well, let's see what we can do. Let's see how this is gonna go. So I don't necessarily want to attach this to the pad. Yeah, but for now we are full up on doggos and critters of every persuasion. We have more than done our part. Excuse me. Alright, so I'm just trying to make this a little bit sturdier. Don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll see. Like, I want this to be a little bit thick, so we have some strength to it. You know, I wonder. I'm doing this on the fly. I've never done this particular aspect of this before, so what if we put a little bit of polyfill in the middle of this? Just to help strengthen this a little. I think I might need to elongate this. Maybe. Yeah, probably. Alright, so I do it this way. This is going to look a little bit of a hot mess at the moment. Get a little bit more fluff. That's probably more than I really need here, but just to try to lengthen this a little bit. So again, this is all just a thought that I had to maybe get this attached a little bit easier. I know right now it looks like I'm just felting it to the mat. But hopefully this will work out the way I want it to. Alright, so I'm just gonna kind of jab the polyfill into our pink fluff on the one side. Just so it's a little bit stiffer, a little bit sturdier. Alright. Take some more pink stuff. And I'm going to try to cover up the polyfill. Because I was originally just going to do the polyfill, and then I was like, well, wait. That is setting me up for all kinds of headaches trying to color the polyfill in that tight of a spot. So I don't know if that's something I really want to do. Because we've definitely had our awkward moments with this piece trying to attach the leggies. Alright. So I just kind of pop this over. At least maybe then it won't be quite so obvious that we've got some white polyfill hanging out there. I mean, I could just try to hot glue this thing in place, but I don't really trust the hot glue not to let go. That's kind of why I am... Did I just hear a dog bark? I do hear a dog barking. It sounded like it was in our front yard at first. I was like, why do I hear dog barking? Where are our dogs? Okay. So, get our next bit of fluff. And some water. It wasn't yours. That'd be a heck of a set of lungs on that one. It sounded like maybe it was in a car because it kind of faded after a while. And the one that likes to dart near the door is on the bed, so the other one must be with my mom. But he has a much different bark. I didn't hear her yelling about him getting out. He's pretty good about not darting out the door. Okay. Alright, we need a little bit more here to cover up the white section on this side. And then we will stab through the other side. And then we will trim up any of the extra fuzzes. And we'll see if this idea will work out. So I'm basically trying to make like a wristwatch band. Essentially. That we're going to needle felt into the back of the head. And hopefully use to attach to the body. That is kind of the idea. I don't know if it'll work, but that's the idea. Okay, I need a little bit more pink, it looks like, on that edge. I've got some polyfill right in there. Camera's not really picking it up that well. But I can confirm it is there. Okay. Alrighty. We'll get this side finished up. And we're gonna flip it over. What time is it? Okay. Like, we didn't get started all that early today, so I just want to check my time here. Okay, that's pretty stiff now that we added the polyfill in the middle. Right, so I'm just gonna kind of stab the little bits that are sticking up on this side, basically back inside of it. Should also help stiffen it up a little bit. Alright, need a tissue. And my snippy snips. Sometimes they work a little better than others. Okay, so basically, I'm just gonna come in like up against it. Like, I don't want to cut into it. I'm kind of like skimming the surface. Just trying to get the worst of the extra buzzes off of it. Won't be perfect. but we can clean it up a little bit. Just to make it a little bit easier. To attach here. Will also help me see if anything's real super loose here. Alright, I'm just kind of trimming this over the tissue. So it doesn't go everywhere. That's the only reason. Just for easier cleanup. Alright. Pretty good. Alright. Like I said, it's not perfect, but it's the worst of it. Okay. Stick my polyfill back in my bag. Alright. So kind of trying to get an even amount here. Let's see how this goes. I am able to stab through this. I think I'm hitting the head. Like it kind of feels like I am. So I need to make sure that this is really solidly belted in here. This being our attachment point. All right. Maybe. It might work. Not me thinking about adding some tacky glue on down in there. No, not at all. Okay. Like I can't do much to like go back through the head. So I kind of have to rely on this being enough. Alrighty. think I need my pins. Okay. Alright. Come here, buddy. This is gonna be terribly awkward. Alright, okay. Let me see if I can... Oh gosh, this thing is huge. Okay. So... Okay. Ow! The heck? Ow! The heck? Oh, the pins. Okay, the pins from the other side. Okay, that's where those guys have decided to appear. Have to be a little bit careful here, so I don't jab through anything I shouldn't be. There's one pin. Where's the other one? Don't know where the other one is. Alright, I must not have put it that deep. Like, I only needed them for a split second. Just to kind of help hold it in place until I could start attaching here. Alright. Still have to be a little bit careful because I don't know where the other pins are intersecting through the body. On the other side. And I could, in theory, snap the needle again if I slam into one of those. This is what I'm afraid of, is that as I'm stabbing into here, that I'm gonna pull out of there. Probably should have made this strap a little bit wider. All right. So, I'm gonna see if this helps. I have no idea if it's going to. Probably gonna have to add a little bit more. It's like I can see it trying to pull there. I definitely have a gap in there. Alright, so let me attach this piece. Alright, now see if we can do something with this. I do have a slight gap in there. Between where head and body are meeting. Kind of worried about that. Ow. Stupid pin. Alright, so this is what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to fill the gap with some of our polyfill. I do not know how this is going to go. I'm just kind of looking for a sturdier connection point. Not really sure what I'm fully expecting out of this, but something that's a little bit sturdier than what I have would be great. Okay. So let's now cover up as best as we can. That section feels really kind of like I'm not stabbing into anything. Alright, so see what we can make happen here. I haven't looked at the other side yet. I'm not real sure what's going to await me on the other side yet. Let go, please. Thank you. Okay. So adding that little bit of polyfill in the gap may have helped slightly. Still have to go back and add some more on that side. Feels a little more solid. I don't know if that's just an illusion or not at this point. It could be. We'll find out. Alright. So I kind of need to put another bit over this, but oh, hey, it's holding. I mean, the pins are in the other side, but the pins aren't that strong. Okay. So let's start with this tiny bit. of polyfill here first. So I'm trying to kind of stab it first just in there, first and foremost. And then trying to stab it into the body and then into the head. I keep thinking that's something in the fuzz. That is our other pin. All right. Okay, can we kind of see? We can kind of see. Sorry if my head ends up being in the way here at some point. But having a hard time finding an angle here that is working for me. All right, so I need to kind of get this stabbed into there. Okay, so we're a little loose. We are. I'm not going to pretend. But I haven't attached the other side yet. We have not done the other side yet. Holding together is something I wondered when you were doing, while you were doing the legs, I wondered, mentioned the pet's getting a hold of them. Yeah. That's the more you compress it. Yeah, pretty much. Like, the more I can get in here, and the more I can get stabbed in, it will give me more contact points. Because as I was attaching that little strap thingy that I made and bending it backwards, I could see where some of it was trying to kind of pull out from the back of the head. And I was like, I don't know if this is going to quite work the way I wanted it to. But I also kind of wasn't sure how the gap between the two was going to work out. But this might work. Right? Because I didn't actually make a neck, because they don't really have much of one. From what it looks like, it's body, and then there's like the teeniest tiny bit of neck attached to body, and then head. So if I can kind of stuff the gap with some compressed polyfill, then the polyfill gets pretty stiff, as we have shown in the creation of this guy. Ow, that needle, pin, not needle, pin. Keep forgetting it's there. So if I can get that stiffened up between the two and get some of this worked into it, as another connection point, then we'll probably be looking pretty good. You know, providing I can see what the heck I'm doing. Okay, so it's a little wobbly, but I haven't done the other side yet. So I think once we get the other side fixed up, I think we'll be okay. But we're not done yet. Like, even after I get the head attached, we're not done yet. I need to attach the eyes. We need eyebrows. But I wanted to wait to put them on until I figured out the exact eye placement. And then we have to work on the fin down the back. Now I'm going to work on that as a separate piece. And then we'll attach it. Because I think that is going to be the easiest solution for that. That is not done being attached here. I hope it's okay that his head is tilted slightly. See if he heard me. Hey, husband? I hope it's okay that his head is tilted slightly.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright, get this. So we're still a little... Alright, you guys. I'm not really done with you yet, so I don't want to put you away. Okay. So I'm gonna try to stab this back into the back of the head and into our little polyfill gap filler. Just to give us another little contact point. Okay, couldn't get it out of there. Alright. Come here, friend. You go there. Alright, so I'm gonna take a little bit of our pink and we'll add some extra reinforcing. Okay, I don't want to stab you into there though. Oh, phone? Sorry about that. Okay. So I just want to make sure that we are tacked into this. We're still a little wobbly. Alright, I think I've done all I can do with the polyfill at this stage. So we're gonna just start adding a little bit more fluff. That, and I had some polyfill showing through from our fixing. I mean, this guy's not gonna be moved around very much. So we're probably okay. I'm just being a little extra cautious here. Alright. That, and I kind of... Oh, okay, we can see the attachment point on the other side there if we turn it a specific way. So let's get that filled in. Or try to. Without stabbing me. Okay. I can't really see that. You're not missing much. I'm just stabbing more pink stuff into this little crevice here. Alright, I want to add a little bit more to our other side here. Well, now I'm looking at it, now that the head's on it, I kind of feel like I've got the leggies too far back. definitely an art creation. That's for sure. Alright, so we'll get that. Works into there. Okay. Well, it's holding. So yay. God, this thing is fucking huge. It doesn't even fit all on camera. Still not all on camera. I have to keep moving it up because I've got a shelf that everything is sitting on. That's the best I can do. He still doesn't all fit on camera. Alright, let me move these out of the way. What time is it? It's 1:51. Alright. I need some of these pins, but I don't necessarily need all of these pins. So, I do need to fluff more of this pink color, and that might take all of the color that I have left. Alright. So, you, my friend. Alright, we need to figure out eye placement. I need to get my eyes. Hang on one second. Don't mind me, I'm just knocking stuff everywhere. Oh. Yeah. I stood up.
Oh.
I needed your eyes.
Oh, sorry.
I needed your eyes.
Oh, I thought you were being metaphorical, like you needed my help with something.
No. I literally had to go get the eyes. What size eyes do you want?
Big eyes?
I wish I had a larger teardrop. Or like an oval. This might be the only large eyes I have. Right, that's gonna have to be it. And it has to be those two, so I can't fuck this up. No pressure! So I suppose if I fuck it up, I'm gonna have to hand do the eyes. Okay. Alright. Now, I take these off for a second. Okay. So we will need our penny guys back. Okay. So. Let's go with ridiculous. Okay. So, awkward moment when I realized that those are nostrils, not eyes. Oh, yeah, no. That's the nose. These guys don't actually have to be stabbed in that tight. Yeah, no, he wanted wiggle eyes. So, that's what we're gonna attempt to do here. But he also wants, eyebrows on this guy. So I'm putting, not even, I'm putting pins in because I need to use some glue. To attach this. Kind of even. These have a self-adhesive back to them, but I have a heck of a time getting it off of here. Number one. Number two, I've had such a hard time getting the backing off of here that I didn't think they actually had it. And I know it has it. At least on some of them. Because I've pulled it off of some of them. However, now that I'm looking at this one, I don't think this one has it because I started to see a mark that I put on the back of it trying to get the paper off on the other side of the eyeball. So our handy dandy tacky glue. I mean, you could use hot glue here, but I think I'd rather go with the tacky. I think in the end that's going to hold a little bit better. See, this one's got some ridges on the back of it that kind of make it look like there's a paper there. But at the same time, I'm not super certain. Oh no, I see the ridges there, so the pins are there to keep the eye from sliding out of position. Basically. And that way I know where my target is for popping this guy back down. I mean, when the head didn't come off when I flopped it up and down, so that's something. Right? So, now, I still have to do the eyebrows. I kind of want that to sit for just a minute, though. Before I move on too quickly, so... With that color pink, I just have to refill my bag. I hope I have enough yarn to refill the bag. That's probably going to be the first color I run out of. Fuzz all over me. I'm going to have to change my shirt before I go to make dinner. Alright. My yarn bucket. Or my project bucket. Okay. So. The tacky glue can set up fairly quickly when you're working with paper. But with this going to the fuzz, I don't know how long that's going to take to set up. So, sorry you can see my mess of a setup here. But this guy is pretty long here now that his head's on. Alright, so don't know if that's a little too big, like too thick. I mean, I can thin it down a little bit as I get it in there. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we can do. Okay. So, I wasn't sure what kind of eyebrows I had wanted to do here. Kind of why I was taking a minute. But I may have just kind of figured that out. question is, can I duplicate it on the other side? That I don't know. I was thinking about having it hang off, but might be a little messy. So if you come at the fluff on a slight angle, you can kind of move it around a little bit. Sometimes it works a little better than others. Husband wanted eyebrows. Eyebrows he will get. All right. Alright, I do need to move this guy because we're gonna have any hope of getting this similar. These are definitely not going to be identical. Alright, let's see what we can try to do here. Oh yeah, we will need some time on Thursday. I don't know how much. Well, let's see what 3 o'clock brings us. We still have like another hour before we hit that. So let's see. All my stuff's falling everywhere. See what we can do here. The pins kind of have to stay put for the moment. All right, I'm gonna have to work in some smaller amounts here and I guess connect everybody. It's that or I get a piece of felt out, but I think the piece of felt. Hmm. Hang on a second. Hold that thought. I do have a color of felt that's only slightly off of this. So, I need a pen. All right. Hopefully you're not. I think you said you're not sensitive. There we go. Hopefully sparkly things won't bother you. If they do, look away for just a minute. Okay. Okay. So. Okay, that's about the length of the body. Roughly. Okay, so there's one. Okay, so that's one, and then I need a second one. So I know this isn't the exact color. So to make my life a little bit easier. Okay, sparkly pens away. Sparkly pen has been put away. We're done with sparkly pen. But to make my life a little bit easier, what if we cover the felt in our fin color, and because they are similar, it won't be a huge deal if I have a tiny gap somewhere. Again, with the best viewers on, how about no? How about you get the fuck out of here? Now I have to stop what I'm doing. I mean, it's not like it takes that much time, but it's just a pain when I have to keep taking these stupid things off my fingers. Because I can't type with them on. So what if we do it this way? And then I won't be using quite as much fluff as if I was doing it from scratch. Because then I'd have to make it stiff enough Okay, so how long, excuse me friends, how long do you need to be? So, maybe about, say, here. Come on, Nee, you can get that a little bit straighter. All right. So this, I think I want to just take a little bit more off the top here. I feel like I'm cheating. I guess I kind of am. But if it gets the job done, all that really matters, right? Okay. I thought it was strange that we were suddenly up to 4 viewers. I guess those posting bots are counting as a view. So, I guess there's that. You know, until I ban them. I was gonna use the straight edge, but then I realized it doesn't necessarily need to be straight because I am adding stuff onto it. Where'd I put my mat? Matt! Matt? There you are. Okay. So, gonna merge these two pieces of felt together. Because I know I can do this because I've done it before. Well, usually we can do it, as that just made a huge liar out of me. I think I ripped it up a little too vigorously before I stabbed the other side. There we go. Just do a little front and back here just to make sure. That we are good. See, it does work. You just have to do it right, and I didn't do it right. So, let me see here. Oh, perfect. Okay. At least at the moment it's perfect. I might have other feelings about that in a minute. Okay. So, now see, it's just a little bit off in color. Now I'm gonna try to make this a little bit longer than it might necessarily need to be. Because I need to have a little bit of overlap to help as my secure point. Okay. So we'll get this worked into here. Okay, and we learned this from doing our other needle felting. We don't want to let that go too long before grabbing that and pulling that up off the mat, since we don't want it to become permanently attached to the mat. Okay. Alright, let me pull that back up from there. I think it didn't quite need to be that strictly tacked down. Okay. Now, I am probably going to have to add some to the other side too. Probably. just to A, help stiffen it up a little bit more, and B, just to kind of make sure that that side and this side look fairly similar. All right. Now I could just stick this on there and call it a day, but since the color was slightly off, I felt like it would be a little more noticeable. We are gonna do it this way. Yeah, we'll have to add a little bit to that side too, I think. But I'll probably wait until we get to that point before I do it. I want to get the one side sorted here first. And this part doesn't like have to be super perfect because I'm gonna trim it up a little bit. Kind of clean up the edges like we did with making that head attachment point. Alrighty. Now I do want to make sure that I'm fairly secure, just to prevent any weirdness from happening as we come back through. On the other side, that section right there was a little short. I could see that. Like, I want a little bit overhanging just to give me a little bit more room to work with here. All right. We've got a little ways to go. We're here. We need to get all the way down to here. So, and that's on side one. All right. So, next bit of fluff, I'm going to overlap this just a little. Sorry, my head's probably going to be poking into view more now that I had to zoom out. So we could try to get most of Mr. Derpsalotl into frame here. I promise we're not practicing weird voodoo with the pins in his head. The pins are there to keep the eyes from shifting as they dry, because we glued those in place with some of our tacky glue. Those will be coming off as soon as the eyes are dry. Or at least I'm reasonably sure they're not going to go anywhere. Alright. Next bit of fluff coming on in here. Alrighty. So I think I went a little overboard on the length of the axolotl. Just a little bit. I had a feeling I was getting a little carried away when I was putting them together. Like when I was making the body, I was like, I don't know. Then once the tail got attached, that was another almost foot added to it. Maybe like 10 inches. Alright, so this is going to be a little bit messy on this piece until we get it sorted out here. So this is definitely its ugly stage on this section. Fluff everywhere. I don't want to eat the fluff, please. About as bad as cat hair. Alright, so we'll get this section here. So we're almost up to our attachment point there. Alright. So if you feel like your fiber's a little loose, like it's not coming together very well, it's being a little crazy, you can go ahead and just put a little drop of water on your hand and then kind of try to shape it, and it'll probably cooperate a little bit better. Depending on the fiber you're using, and I don't mean saturated, a drop. Dip your finger in the water, and whatever comes back out of it, drop that onto your palm. You don't need much. Alright. Okay, so we're getting there slowly. Faster than if I had made this entire strip by hand, which I almost did, and I was like, you know, there's gotta be a slightly better way. Slightly better. Ever so slightly. Now, I am still using fluff on this, so it's not like it's saving us a fuck ton of fluff, but it is saving us some fluff because I'd have to really layer this up to get it this stiff. So it is helping to a degree. And I'm being kind of, I'm not trying to be too loose with my stabbing. Like, I want to make sure that most of it's connected. But at this moment, it's not vital that everything is fully stabbed down, because I still have to do the other side. So it can be kind of a loose, like, attach it, but it doesn't have to be like your final attachment pass. Probably doesn't make much sense, but we'll get there. So doing this will also help ensure that our lengthening bit here also gets a little more reinforcing. All right. So get that popped into there. And then this will cover up that. And we're going to come back and do the other side. So this is just pass one, side one, essentially. So I'm going to overlap this over our connection point, just to help reinforce that. If we actually get this done today, then I won't be doing an extra stream on Thursday. Just so we're clear. And that means we can paint next week. If I get this guy done. So next week's Christmas, right? So we'll be doing a stream on Sunday. Well, first of all, we're streaming tomorrow. We're still doing Planet Zoo tomorrow. And the next stream after that will probably be Sunday for Coral Islands. So we'll do Sunday, Coral Islands. Monday, I think we might oil paint. Tuesday, we might start working on our magnets. So, is this okay for eyebrows, sir?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. He ended up being a lot longer than I expected. So, you need to figure out where you're gonna put him. Did you check that pot on the stove?
Yeah, I already put more water in.
Okay. Okay. So, get this next bit in here. $42. We might go to 4 o'clock today. Might go another hour. So, if Sunday we do Coral Islands, Monday we try to do some oil painting. I gotta find a reference. I'm not sure what exactly I want to do for that. Bless you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Who was that? Who was that?
It was Snuffles.
She alright?
Yeah. Her usual snuffliness when she
Oh.
nailed downward.
I think that dog's got sinus drainage issues. She's one of those pushed in face dogs. Alright, let me carefully peel you up. Alright. So this might end up being a little shorter, in height-wise, than it looks right now once we get it attached, because I might lose a little bit on the bottom as we are attaching it. I feel like I've got fuzz stuck to my face. Right, so if we paint on Monday, so that leaves us with Christmas Eve being Tuesday, right? Yeah, next Tuesday. So we might work on our magnets on Christmas Eve, or we could play Katamari. I don't know if I can do 4 hours of Katamari though. My thumbs might give up the ghost. Because I like death grip my controllers. So we might just start working on our magnets. Like, I don't want to stream a bear and breakfast because then everybody's going to be lost with how far into the story I am. Now, we will not be streaming on Christmas Day. No. I have to cook. And, like, I don't want to have to keep jumping up to go check on food cooking. Because that would be rude, right? And besides, a lot of people are going to be busy doing family stuff anyway. So we're just not going to do anything next Wednesday. Tomorrow we're doing Planet Zoo, though. Don't get confused. We will be here tomorrow. But I'm going to be in the middle of prepping tissue paper. And cooking. And hoping that I ordered enough tissue paper. Alrighty. We're almost done this side. Almost. We've got just a little bit left to get tacked onto here. On this side, at least. We actually do our gift exchange on Christmas Eve. And I'm making orange chicken. And those like fried crunchy noodle thingies. Husband's gonna make those for our Christmas Eve dinner. I don't like it spicy though, so it'll just be sweet orange chicken. I don't like the spicy stuff. This side feels all furry. From all the stabbing through. Alright. Used to love that when you were little. Like, we don't have any good Chinese food places around here. I don't know that I need to stab through on this side. Like, to add more. Let's see. Let's just see what we can make happen here on this side. might have enough fluff coming through. Like tonight I'm making a version of beef and broccoli that my mom can eat, except I don't have any broccoli, so I have to go with carrots and green beans. But it's a bit of a modified recipe. Like, I'm not breading the meat and doing all that. And I'm using a different cut of meat than the recipe says to go with, because it's what she can chew. So, probably make something chicken tomorrow. Might make pizza on Thursday. Okay, so I'm gonna carefully peel this guy up. Alright. I'm kind of stabbing back through all of the fluff that came through this side, right? So then this side is going to look all nice and finished, but then the other side is going to look like a hot mess. So we're going to do this a couple of times. Back and forth. And then I'll get my little snippy snips out. And then we'll go back over and clean up any of the extra little stabby through fuzzes. Okay, so I want to make sure I am peeling up every so often, just so we don't get too attached from the mat and cause a scene. And we have to let go. That would be embarrassing. Oh, I definitely feel like I've got fuzz all over my face. Sorry, it felt like it was tapping underneath of my eye. I'm like, nope, nope, nope. We need to get that out of there. Although at this point it could just be my imagination, it just feels like it's there. So you'll keep having the you'll keep having the fluff stabbing through every time we flip it over. We can get it so that it's a little bit stiffer, so we're not having quite so much coming through, but because of the thinness of this, it is probably going to keep happening. So we have to figure out how far we want to take it. And how many times we want to keep like flipping it over. Yeah, we don't fry much food, but I want the crunchy noodles. Oh. Hey, we forgot to get something. The sweet and sour sauce.
Oh, right.
Completely forgot about it. Here, let me gently peel that section up. So you can kind of see where I've stabbed through so far on that side. Alright. And those little spikies are what will eventually end up cleaning up once we get this to where we're happy with it. So right now it's just kind of fussing and back and forth with sandwiching that bit of felt in there. But this is what I was going to end up doing by hand if I didn't do it this way, like entirely. Just adding more and more on until we got the right length. It seems kind of silly if I've got an alternate way to speed it up. All right. I mean, I could have just cut the strip out of the felt and called it a day, too. We could have done that. So if this is a level of extra, you're just like, nah, I'm out, then that's fine. I get it. I totally get it. Alright, get this. So I'm adding this here, because this is kind of where our connection point happened. And I kind of have some of our felt shining through there. A little bit more than I wanted there to be. And no amount of stabbing fluff back through from this side was going to hide that, so that's alright. We'll just grab some more fluff and stuff and stuff it on in there. Put back into there. Alright, so that's fairly it's alright. It's could be a little better, but we'll see how things look after another pass through from the other side. Can't really judge it just yet. We still have a little ways to go before we start trimming up here. Getting there. This part feels arduous because we're getting towards the end. And it's like, oh god, why aren't we done yet? Okay. I'm gonna flip this guy over. And we're gonna do another pass. On this side. Just trying to tighten up all of our loose ends here. So that takes some back and forth. Everybody's day went well. We're going to be going a little bit longer today. Because I feel like we are nearing the finish line. Alright. I'm not sure if this is the last pass I'm doing on this guy yet. I hope it is, but we'll see. It's a little bit messier down the other end. And then we'll have to clean this guy up a little bit. Me carefully. So like, yeah, no matter how many times I keep stabbing through, we're gonna have something showing through on the other side. But I think one more pass will probably secure us enough. To where I'm a bit more comfortable moving on to the next step here. All right. Let's see, what prep do I need to do if we're starting the magnets next week? I already have my sketch done. For the first one, at least. Probably need to gesso. Our wood base. And I need to cut the stairs. But I don't know if I should do that on stream or not. Maybe I'll gesso them and we'll cut them on stream. We could do that. birds are back. That is a big ass bird clinging to that suet cage. Cat TV's back on the air. Who is that in the window? We had to zip tie one of Russell's monitors to his desk at one point because we were playing those YouTube videos of bird feeders and like the wildlife cameras for the cat, and the cat would get up on his desk and be like right up at the monitor, and a couple of times he lunged at the monitor, and the one time he knocked it off the desk entirely. So we had to drill holes in the desk and zip tie the monitor to the desk. Like, we came back from a walk and I guess we had forgot and left it up. And we couldn't open our door very well. And we're like, what the heck? Because the way the desks were positioned, the back of his desk was near our door and the monitor had fallen off and was up against the door. Like, so rude, Mr. Cat. Partially our fault for forgetting to leave it up. Or forgetting and leaving it up. But he didn't have to knock it off the desk. That was a problem. Monitor survived the fall, though, somehow. I think we had it playing on one of our monitors that kept making a buzzing noise whenever it turned off. So we weren't gonna be quite so crushed if something happened to that monitor and we had to replace it. We would have been okay with replacing that one at that point. We just needed a better excuse to replace it. Alright, so I'm just tightening up all of the fluff that we stabbed through our felt. And as soon as I get done this pass, I think I'll get the scissors out. And we'll start shaving off some of this extra fluff that's refusing to cooperate, just to clean it up a little bit so it's not quite so messy. I feel like I've got fluff tapping my chin and I don't know where it's coming from. So then after we get this cleaned up, then we should be ready to see about attaching. Alright. Get this stabbed into here. Oh man, there's a whole bunch of them trying to get in there now. That cat doesn't know what to do. He's like tapping the glass on the window, and they're not paying him any mind. Wait, is that Peabut? Or is that Little?
That's Peabut.
Okay.
No, that's Peabut.
Okay. Little and Peabody look almost the same, except she's a little bit smaller than him, and she doesn't have the white feet that he has. But at first glance, we have confused them briefly when we haven't been able to see certain parts of them. Like from behind, they look like the same cat. You know, they were saying we might get showers later, and I'm beginning to believe them now with the way they're all hitting the bird feeder. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost to cleanup phase. Well, cleanup phase 2, I guess. This is sort of cleanup phase 1. So we get all of this woven back through the other side. We've got a little bit of fluff in our mat. That's alright. I mean, it's gonna happen. You can try to take a razor and shave the worst of it off. Or you can just go in with your fingers and try to pick the worst of it out. It's gonna happen. If you're worried about it, like, bleeding, like, off the mat and into another color that you're working on, I've seen some people talk about how they'll put a piece of craft felt down. So that way if any colors bleed into it, it'll bleed into the felt. But I'd be more worried about the craft felt sticking to your project. I have not tried it personally. I've only seen people talk about it. Can't really say how well that may or may not work. Probably is really going to depend on what you're doing. Okay. and get our tissue here. Now I'm doing it this way, just so I don't have fuzz going all over the place. Now we could have kept going back and forth a few more times, and we might have gotten a bit more of that felted through itself, but after a certain point it just is like, okay. Like, that's just the way it's gonna be. I'm gonna try to clean up our edges here. And this will take a minute. All right. This will just get the extra bit of fluff that got stabbed through that didn't want to shorten up. And we stabbed it back through itself a couple of times, so I'm not too worried about it not being attached. Those birds are going crazy. That bird feeder just in turn driving the cat crazy. I don't think the dog seems to care all that much. I think we've got 2 or 3 cats in here at the moment. I'm kind of surprised they're not chattering back at the birds. Peabut doesn't have the greatest hunting skills, which is why I'm questioning whether or not he actually killed that mouse. I think somebody else killed it and he took it to play with it, to be perfectly honest. Alright. Don't think we're gonna have to clean up the other side too much. So we kind of did clean it up already with our stabbing through. we're almost to the end. Well, no, I guess we're about halfway through cleaning it up. That end looked like it was a little closer. Again, I'm just doing this over the tissue to try to keep all of the little fluffy bits contained here. All right. So again, you want to be careful not to cut too far into your project. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
As we give it a little bit of a haircut here. Like, we can come back and snip off some more, so if you just want to do a little bit at a time, that is fine. But we're getting there. Getting this guy all sorted out here. Okay. So you can't even really see our connection point between those two bits that we merged together. So we did a pretty good job of that. Getting that covered up. All right. Getting them all shaved up here. We're almost to the end. Almost there. Wonder if I can pull the pins off of the eyeballs yet. I might leave those in place until I get this attached. Alright. So let me just try to clean this edge up here a little bit more. Alright, that's probably as good as that's gonna get. Alright. me grab all of this. Shove that over there. Okay, friend. Guess what time it is? I don't know if I really need the mat for this part. Oh no. Oh no, you shrank. Oh no. It shrank a little bit. I forgot to keep in mind the shrinkage. Oh, you know what? Well, I guess we should start up here. You go over there, please. All right. I don't know that I really need the mat for this part. I might still pop that out though. Like I might still use it. All right. Yeah, that's a little short there. Dang it. I mean, it's just gonna have to be a little bit short at this point. It's not terribly short. I have to make sure I don't stab myself through any of that. Alrighty. Let's do this. So I don't know if I need to add some more fluff to this for like where it's attaching. So I'm kind of going down through the bottom edge and trying to stab in that way. Let me try to turn you. This is where things get a little trickified. Right, so we want to be careful with this. I'm gonna stab along one side, and then I'm gonna come back try to stab along the other here. Hopefully without my head being in the way too much. Okay, well, that section seems to be holding. So something in there is getting attached. So I'm trying to go slow through this part so I don't break my needle. So we've got our dense body that we are trying to stab into here. And I'm hitting up both sides just to make sure that I didn't miss anything on the other side. I'm just grabbing it by that fin there in the places that we've already tacked down, just to make sure I did in fact tack it down. Because it shouldn't hurt it. It would just pull up and then I would just have to reattach it. Like, part of me is like, no, let's just stab on through. And I'm like, yeah, but every so often I'm hitting a section where it's like, ooh, that's a little dense. Let's slow things down there. So I'm trying to deliberately go slow then, so I don't have any oopsies. And I'm doubling back over this section because I pulled the pin too soon. I hadn't gotten quite up on top of it yet, and then I wasn't sure what still needed to be anchored. Alright, I'm gonna pop you out of there though. I think I'm comfortable with where I still need to go. Alrighty. So we'll get this section here. You guys, we're almost done. We're almost done our axolotl. That kind of is turned into a giant alotl. Just kind of going through that bottom edge there. Carefully. We do still have pins in here. We don't want to go too crazy. and accidentally hit any of those. Alright, so I know it's a little hard to see from this angle. But we'll get the other side here. And they're a little bit better so you guys can see a little bit easier. It might take a little time and a little care to get this in, especially as we are transitioning down to the tail here. I'm trying to be a bit careful in here. But I feel like in that spot we could be a little more robust with our tempo. We work on getting this fin attached here. Alright, you know what? Let me close this up. I'm about to accidentally elbow him off the table. I don't want that to happen. Okay, there you are. So I have to go back and get the other side of this in this section. Okay. So in here, I go a little bit slower on this side. Don't want to snap my needle felting needle. Alright, that's pretty secure there. Okay, this is not secure. So I pinned it in place, mostly as another set of hands, because this was a bit long. And I didn't want it getting too crazy all over the place since I'm already a little short. So, really why I did that. And then it, you know, I'm not like being all crooked, and it helps me stay somewhere close to where I want to be. Probably won't be perfectly in place, but better than if I had attempted it on my own. Careful. You can't felt the table. That's not gonna work. That's not how this works. At all. Alrighty, this is exciting. Let me take those off. I'm gonna stick you back into your handle. Alrighty. I don't know that they're 100% dry, but they don't seem to be shifting, so these guys can come out now. Yep. They are secure. Alright, you guys, and we're done. We actually finished him. He's really hard to see on camera because he's so long, but there we go. He is all done. We actually managed to finish it in time. Yay. So we won't be doing extra stream on Thursday after all. I have to do some cleaning around here, so that's probably what I'm going to do on Thursday. But we will be back tomorrow with some Planet Zoo. Try to get those alligators in tomorrow, and we'll try to build the alligator statue. I wasn't gonna, but we'll see. We'll take a look. I won't say outright no just yet. Let me take a look at what pieces I have available. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And with that, Christmas gifts are complete. Before Christmas Eve? Yes. So yay. Hope everybody had a good day. This will get archived probably sometime next week on the YouTube channel. I think I've got stuff going up through Christmas Day, so it'll probably be up before New Year, so the whole project is up there in one go, or at least in order. I don't know that I'm doing a speed felt on this. I don't think I'm going to. I've got enough speed felts that I am in the process of editing. So, you haven't even started shopping yet. No, I'm done with all of our gifts. The mother-in-law and her sister received theirs already. They already left, like I was saying earlier. So it's just gonna be us and my mom. My mom, she got one of her gifts already, because we didn't have anywhere to keep it. She's getting 2 more things. I think the third thing we got we're saving for something else. I think we're saving that for when she gets her her chart sticker allotment complete. So I think we're just gonna hold on to that one. But yeah, I think we're pretty much done with everything, except we need to get one more thing for Christmas Eve dinner, excuse me. So yeah, I hope everybody had a grand day. We'll be back tomorrow with Planet Zoo. Follow the socially links down below. Thank you guys a lot for hanging out with me this afternoon. Thank you for the sub, JR. Appreciate that. And you guys have a great night. And I'll see you all tomorrow for Planet Zoo.